Welcome to Biology for Sleep. Tonight, we power into the core of your existence. The breath. This isn't just a quiet rhythm. It's the fundamental force connecting you to every single moment. We're about to explore the incredible respiratory system, its dynamic pathways, and the potent processes that nourish every cell. Prepare to understand the vital blueprint of your own breathing as your awareness continues its gentle, expansive journey. We turn our focus to the initial and profound pathway that allows life-sustaining air to enter our intricate biological system. This pathway, from its external portals to its deeper, protective channels, is meticulously designed not just to transport air, but to meticulously prepare it for the delicate environment of the lungs. The air, seemingly simple, undergoes a complex transformation as it traverses these initial structures, ensuring that it arrives at its destination warm, humidified, and free of most airborne particulate matter. This preparatory phase is critical. Unconditioned air would rapidly damage the delicate tissues of the lower respiratory tract, impairing the vital process of gas exchange. Our exploration begins at the external openings of the respiratory tract, the nostrils, or nari. While seemingly straightforward, these openings are the gateways to the complex nasal cavity, a remarkable chamber positioned superior to the oral cavity, separated by the bony palate. The nasal cavity is far more than a simple passage. It is a sophisticated air conditioning unit and an initial defense mechanism. Internally, the nasal cavity is divided by the nasal septum, a cartilaginous and bony partition that extends posteriorly, effectively creating two distinct symmetrical pathways for airflow. This septum is formed by the perpendicular plate of the ethmoid bone, the vomer, and the septal cartilage anteriorly. Minor deviations of this septum, while common, can sometimes impact airflow and respiratory comfort. The lining of the nasal cavity is crucially important. It is predominantly covered by a specialized type of mucous membrane known as the respiratory mucosa, which characterizes much of the conducting zone. This mucosa is primarily composed of pseudo-stratified, ciliated columnar epithelium rich in goblet cells. The goblet cells are unicellular exocrine glands interspersed among the columnar cells. They are responsible for producing and secreting mucus, a viscous, sticky, gel-like substance. This mucus forms a continuous blanket over the epithelial surface, playing a pivotal role in trapping inhaled particulate matter, including dust, pollen, spores, and microscopic pathogens such as bacteria and viruses. This physical entrapment is the first line of defense against environmental threats. Simultaneously, the cilia, microscopic hair-like projections extending from the apical surface of the epithelial cells, constantly beat in a coordinated, wave-like motion. This rhythmic, unidirectional beating propels the mucus blanket, along with its trapped contaminants, posteriorly towards the pharynx. Once reaching the pharynx, this mucus, laden with debris, can be unconsciously swallowed and subsequently neutralized by the highly acidic environment of the stomach, or consciously expelled as in the case of blowing one's nose. This entire process, involving mucus production and ciliary movement, is collectively known as the mucociliary escalator mechanism. It represents a primary, non-specific defense of the respiratory system, continuously cleansing the inhaled air before it reaches the more sensitive lower airway. Factors such as smoking, dehydration, and certain genetic conditions can impair the efficiency of this critical defense system, making the individual more susceptible to respiratory infections. Beneath the epithelial layer of the respiratory mucosa lies a richly vascularized lamina propria, housing an extensive vascular plexus, a dense network of capillaries and veins. This extensive blood supply serves a vital function to warm the incoming air to body temperature, even on the coldest days. As air passes over these richly vascularized surfaces, heat is efficiently transferred from the warm blood to the cooler inhaled air via convection and conduction. This warming is particularly pronounced due to the countercurrent exchange mechanism and the large surface area created by the conchi. Concurrently, the watery component of the mucus, along with evaporation from the moist epithelial surface, serves to humidify the incoming air. This humidification is critical because dry air is highly irritating and can damage the delicate alveolar membranes deep within the lungs, impairing gas exchange efficiency and increasing susceptibility to infection. Thus, the nasal cavity efficiently warms, humidifies, and filters the air, preparing it optimally before it proceeds deeper into the system. The internal surface of the nasal cavity is further enhanced by three shelf-like bony projections called the nasal conchi superior, middle, and inferior. These scroll-like bones project medially from the lateral walls of the nasal cavity, dramatically increasing the surface area for air conditioning. More importantly, their curved and convoluted shape creates turbulent airflow, instead of a smooth, laminar flow directly into the pharynx. The air is swirled and churned as it passes over and around the conchi. This induced turbulence ensures that a significantly greater proportion of the incoming air comes into direct contact with the sticky respiratory mucosa. This maximizes the efficiency of filtration as more particles collide with the mucus layer, and enhances warming and humidification by increasing the exposure time to the vascularized and moist surfaces. It also increases the resonance time of the air within the nasal cavity, allowing more time for these conditioning processes to occur. The spaces inferior to each concha are known as metases, through which air primarily flows, directing the turbulent currents effectively. The superior nasal concha also houses the olfactory epithelium, a specialized patch of pseudostratified epithelium containing olfactory receptor neurons responsible for the sense of smell. While primarily respiratory, the nasal cavity also serves this sensory function. Connected to the nasal cavity are the paranasal sinuses, hollow, air-filled cavities located within specific skull bones, the frontal above the eyes, behind the ethmoid between the eyes, and maxillary below the eyes bones. These sinuses are continuous with the nasal cavity, also lined with respiratory mucosa, and drain mucus into the nasal cavity through small openings called ostia. While their exact physiological roles are still debated, they are widely believed to contribute to several functions. They lighten the weight of the skull, which is particularly beneficial for bipedal locomotion and upright posture. They act as resonance chambers for the voice, influencing the timbre and quality of speech. And they further contribute to the warming and humidification of inhaled air, acting as additional air conditioning units. Their intricate drainage pathways make them susceptible to inflammation and infection, a condition known as sinusitis, which often occurs when the ostia become blocked, leading to mucus accumulation and bacterial growth. From the nasal cavity, filtered, warmed, and humidified, air moves posteriorly into the pharynx, commonly known as the throat. The pharynx is a muscular tube, approximately 12–14 centimeters long, which serves as a common passageway for both air and food. It extends from the base of the skull, specifically from the posterior nasal apertures to the level of the sixth cervical vertebra, where it transitions inferiorly into the esophagus posteriorly and the larynx anteriorly. Anatomically, the pharynx is subdivided into 3 distinct regions, each with specific structural and functional adaptations: the nasopharynx, the oropharynx, and the laryngopharynx. The nasopharynx is the most superior portion of the pharynx, situated posterior to the nasal cavity and superior to the soft palate. Its primary function is exclusively respiratory. It is lined with pseudo-stratified ciliated columnar epithelium, continuous with that of the nasal cavity, thus continuing the cleansing and humidifying functions initiated higher up. The roof and posterior wall of the nasopharynx contain the pharyngeal tonsil, also known as the adenoids when enlarged, which is a mass of lymphoid tissue. This tissue plays a crucial role in the body's immune defense, trapping and destroying pathogens that enter the body through inhaled air, serving as an initial immunological surveillance point. The openings of the eustachian tubes, auditory tubes, which connect the nasopharynx to the middle ear, are also located in this region. These tubes allow for pressure equalization between the middle ear cavity and the external atmospheric pressure, essential for normal hearing. During the act of swallowing, a reflex action causes the soft palate and the uvula to elevate, effectively closing off the nasopharynx and preventing food or liquids from entering the nasal cavity, ensuring food is directed downwards, inferior to the nasopharynx, and extending from the soft palate to the epiglottis is the oropharynx. This section is a critical common passageway for both air and food, which necessitates a change in its epithelial lining. Unlike the the oropharynx is lined with non-keratinized, stratified, squamous epithelium. This more robust, multi-layered epithelial tissue is better suited to withstand the friction, abrasion, and chemical insults from abrasive food particles and liquids. During deglutition, swallowing, the oropharynx houses 2 important sets of lymphoid tissues, the palatine tonsils located on the lateral walls, often visible at the back of the throat and the largest of the tonsils, thus most frequently infected, and the lingual tonsils situated at the base of the tongue. Both types of tonsils are part of the mucose-associated lymphoid tissue MALT system, playing significant roles in immune surveillance and initiating immune responses to ingested or inhaled pathogens. The most inferior portion of the pharynx is the larynx, which extends from the epiglottis, the flap that guards the larynx, to the point where the common pathway diverges into two distinct tubes. The esophagus positioned posteriorly, leading to the stomach, and the larynx positioned and leading to the trachea. Like the oropharynx, the laryngopharynx is lined with stratified squamous epithelium, reflecting its dual role as a conduit for both air and food. Its strategic position at the crossroads of the digestive and respiratory systems necessitates precise, coordinated muscular contractions and reflexes during swallowing to prevent aspiration. The entry of food or liquid into the respiratory tract, which can lead to choking or pneumonia from the laryngopharynx. Air then passes into the larynx, commonly known as the voice box. The larynx is a complex, cartilaginous structure, approximately 5 centimeters long in adults, positioned inferior to the laryngopharynx and superior to the trachea. Its primary functions are threefold and interconnected. First, to provide an open and continuously patent airway for respiration. Second, to act as a crucial switching mechanism, directing air into the trachea and food liquids into the esophagus. And third, to produce voice through the process of phonation. The larynx is composed of 9 cartilages, 3 paired and 3 unpaired, intricately connected by fibrous membranes and ligaments, and precisely moved by a series of intrinsic and extrinsic skeletal muscles. The largest and most prominent laryngeal cartilages include the unpaired thyroid cartilage, which forms the anterior and lateral walls, and is often visibly externally as the Adam's apple, more pronounced in males due to hormonal influences during puberty. Inferior to the thyroid cartilage is the unpaired, ring-shaped cricoid cartilage, which forms the complete posterior and lateral wall of the larynx. It is the only laryngeal cartilage that forms a complete ring and serves as the foundational attachment point for the trachea below. The most superior, unpaired cartilage, and arguably the most crucial for preventing aspiration, is the leaf-shaped epiglottis. This elastic cartilage flap is anchored by its narrow base to the anterior rim of the thyroid cartilage and extends superiorly, projecting above the glottis. During normal breathing, the epiglottis remains upright, allowing air to pass unimpeded into the larynx and trachea. However, during the involuntary act of swallowing, the larynx moves superiorly and anteriorly, causing the epiglottis to tip, effectively covering the laryngeal inlet, the opening to the larynx, and directing food and liquids safely into the esophagus. This precise maneuver is a vital protective reflex, preventing aspiration and safeguarding the lower respiratory tract. Within the larynx, specifically, are the vocal folds, also known as true vocal cords. These are two sets of elastic ligaments covered by stratified squamous epitheliums, stretched horizontally across the laryngeal lumen as exhaled air rushes over these folds. Their precise tension and approximation cause them to vibrate, producing sound. The pitch of the voice is determined by the tension and length of the vocal folds, which are controlled by intrinsic laryngeal muscles, while the loudness depends on the force of air expelled. Superior to the true vocal cords are the vestibular folds or false vocal cords. These folds play no direct role in voice production, but enhance the protective function of the larynx by helping to close the glottis during swallowing and by protecting the true vocal cords from irritation. The opening between the true vocal folds is called the glottis, which represents the narrowest part of the upper airway in adults and is the primary gateway for air into the trachea. The laryngeal mucosa above the true vocal folds, like the oropharynx and laryngopharynx, is stratified squamous epithelium, adapting to potential abrasive contact with food or liquids. This resilient lining helps protect against mechanical stress. However, below the true vocal folds and throughout the remainder of the conducting zone of the respiratory system, the lining reverts to the specialized respiratory mucosa pseudostratified ciliated columna by epithelium with goblet cells. This continuation ensures the ongoing function of the mucociliary escalator, diligently moving any mucus and trapped particles superiorly towards the pharynx to be swallowed or expelled, thereby continuously cleansing the airway. Following the larynx, the air enters the trachea, commonly known as the windpipe. The trachea is a rigid yet flexible tube, approximately 10-12 centimeters long and 2.5 centimeters in diameter in adults, extending inferiorly from the larynx at the level of the sixth cervical vertebra, C6, down into the mediastinum, the central compartment of the thoracic cavity. At its inferior end, typically at the level of the fifth thoracic vertebra, T5, the trachea divides into the two main bronchi at a distinct point called the carina. The trachea's robust yet flexible structure is essential for maintaining a continuously open airway, especially during the significant pressure changes that occur within the chest cavity during inspiration and expiration. The trachea's structural integrity is maintained by 1620 C-shaped rings of hyaline cartilage, which are embedded within its wall. These cartilaginous rings are incomplete posteriorly, meaning they do not form a full circle. Instead, the open bends are connected by the trachealis muscle, a smooth muscle and soft connective tissue. This posterior incompleteness is a crucial anatomical adaptation. It allows the esophagus, which lies immediately posterior to the trachea, to expand anteriorly into the tracheal space when a bolus of food is swallowed, without being impeded by a rigid tracheal ring. Concurrently, the rigidity provided by the C-shaped cartilages anteriorly and laterally prevents the trachea from collapsing during inspiration, when intraluminal pressure might momentarily drop below atmospheric pressure, thus ensuring a continuously patent airway for airflow. The inner lining of the trachea is also composed of respiratory mucosa, performing the vital cleansing functions established earlier in the nasal cavity. The cilia lining the trachea beat rhythmically upwards, continually moving the mucus blanket and any trapped particles towards the pharynx, where they can be swallowed or effectively coughed out. This continuation of the mucociliary escalator is paramount for protecting the delicate alveolar surfaces of the lungs from inhaled irritants and pathogens that may have successfully bypassed the initial defenses of the nasal cavity and pharynx. The submucosa beneath the tracheomucosa contains seromycus glands that contribute to the mucus sheet and humidification. The outermost layer, the adventitia, is composed of connective tissue that blends with the surrounding structures, anchoring the trachea in place. The carina is a distinctive ridge of cartilage and mucosa that marks the crucial point where the trachea bifurcates or divides into the right and left main primary bronchi. This specific area is exceptionally sensitive due to a high concentration of sensory receptors. Foreign objects or irritation here can trigger a rapid and vigorous cough reflex, a powerful mechanism to expel irritants from the lower airway. Clinically, the angle of bifurcation is such that the right main bronchus is generally wider, shorter, and more vertically oriented than the left main bronchus. This anatomical difference has a significant clinical implication. It makes it more common for aspirated foreign objects like small food particles to lodge in the right lung compared to the left lung. Prime these main bronchi. These main bronchi then plunge into the hilum of the respective lungs, initiating their journey through the complex internal architecture of the pulmonary tree. These primary bronchi, much like the trachea, are also supported by incomplete cartilaginous rings, maintaining their patency and ensuring uninterrupted airflow. As we move from the singular trachea to the two main bronchi, we are transitioning from the single main conduit into the beginnings of the extensive branching network that will eventually deliver conditioned air to the deepest recesses of the lungs, setting the stage for the next phase of the respiratory process. This entire initial pathway, encompassing the nasal cavity, pharynx, larynx, and trachea, comprises what is broadly known as the conducting zone of the respiratory system. Its primary and indispensable role is to provide a low-resistance pathway for continuous airflow and, more critically, to meticulously condition the inhaled air by effectively filtering out particulate matter, pathogens, and irritants, warming it to body temperature and humidifying it to near saturation. No significant gas exchange, the exchange of oxygen and carbon dioxide, occurs within these structures. They are the essential preparation chambers, ensuring that by the time air reaches the exceedingly delicate respiratory zone of the lungs, a region optimized for gas diffusion, it is in optimal physical and chemical condition for the vital process of oxygen uptake and carbon dioxide release. Put the continuous integrity, robust functioning, and coordinated activity of these structures are fundamental not only for efficient respiration, but also for the overall health and protective protective mechanisms of the entire respiratory system, acting as the indispensable front line of defense and the precise conduit for life's essential breath. Having traversed the air's grand entrance through the nasal cavity, pharynx, larynx, and trachea, we now delve into the intricate and profound internal landscape of the lungs. This journey leads us into a remarkable branching network, often like to an inverted tree, where the conduits for air become progressively smaller, culminating in the delicate structures where life's essential exchange truly occurs. This deep architecture is a marvel of biological engineering, meticulously designed to maximize surface area for gas diffusion, while simultaneously maintaining a robust defense against environmental particulates. The efficiency of this design ensures that oxygen, vital for cellular metabolism throughout the body, is effectively absorbed, and carbon dioxide, a metabolic waste product, is efficiently expelled. Our previous discussion concluded with the main primary bronchi entering the hilum of each lung. These are the first major branches of the trachea, and they mark the beginning of the extensive bronchial tree. The right main bronchus is typically wider, shorter, and more vertical than the left, an anatomical detail that, as previously noted, makes it a more common site for aspirated foreign objects, which tend to descend more directly into the right lung due to gravity and the bronchial angle. As these primary bronchi penetrate the lung tissue at the hilum, they immediately begin to divide dichotomously, forming a series of progressively smaller airways. This process of successive branching, known as bronchial arborization, is what gives the respiratory system its tree-like appearance, moving from large cartilaginous tubes designed for bulk air transport to microscopic walled sacs optimized for gas exchange. This extensive branching ensures that inhaled air is distributed to every functional unit of the lung. The main bronchi first divide into lobar secondary bronchi. Each lobar bronchus serves a specific lobe of the lung. Given that the right lung has three distinct lobes, the superior, middle, and inferior lobes, it receives three corresponding lobar bronchi. In contrast, the left lung, which is slightly smaller and accommodates the heart, possesses only two lobes, the superior and inferior lobes, and consequently receives two lobar bronchi. This structural division directly reflects the macroscopic anatomical segmentation of the lungs themselves, ensuring each major functional unit receives its own dedicated air supply. These lobar bronchi continue to be supported by irregular plates of hyaline cartilage embedded within their walls, which provide essential structural rigidity. This cartilaginous support is crucial for maintaining the patency of these airways, preventing their collapse during phases of respiration where intraluminal pressure might drop. They also retain the lining of respiratory mucosa, which is the pseudostratified ciliated columnar epithelium with numerous goblet cells. This continuation of the vital mucociliary escalator mechanism relentlessly propels mucus and trapped debris upwards, away from the delicate alveolar surfaces and back toward the pharynx, where it can be swallowed or expelled. The presence of smooth muscle in their walls, arranged in spiral bands, allows for some degree of involuntary regulation of airflow, a feature that becomes more pronounced in subsequent generations of airways. Continuing the precise branching pattern, the lobar bronchi further subdivide into segmental tertiary bronchi. Each segmental bronchus supplies a functionally independent and anatomically discrete unit of lung tissue, known as a bronchopulmonary segment. In the right lung, there are typically 10 bronchopulmonary segments, while the left lung usually has 8 to 10. This segmental organization is of significant clinical importance because each bronchopulmonary segment is largely self-contained, possessing its own segmental bronchus, arterial supply from a branch of the pulmonary artery, and venous drainage. This anatomical independence allows medical professionals, particularly thoracic surgeons, to remove a diseased or damaged segment, for example, due to localized infection or tumor, without compromising the function of the entire lobe or the rest of the lung. Like their predecessors, segmental bronchi also possess supportive cartilage plates and aligned with respiratory mucosa, maintaining their crucial conducting and protective functions. However, a notable structural trend begins here. The relative amount of smooth muscle in their walls starts to increase proportionally to the diminishing amount of cartilage. As the bronchi continue to branch through, approximately 16-20 generations, bend decrease in diameter. Several fundamental structural changes systematically occur, reflecting their evolving roles within the respiratory tree. The amount of hyaline cartilage in their walls progressively diminishes with each successive branching, eventually disappearing entirely as the airways become smaller than about 1 millimeter in diameter. This loss of cartilage marks the transition to bronchiole concurrently and in inverse proportion to the cartilage reduction. The relative amount of smooth muscle in the walls of these airways significantly increases. This shift in tissue composition is profoundly crucial for regulating airflow. While larger airways primarily rely on rigid cartilage for structural support and to prevent collapse, smaller airways progressively gain the ability to dynamically change their diameter through the precise contraction and relaxation of this smooth muscle. This muscular control directly influences the resistance to airflow, thereby controlling the distribution of air within the lung. The epithelial lining also undergoes a gradual transition from pseudo-stratified ciliated columnar epithelium found in larger bronchi. It progressively thins to simple columnar epithelium, then simple cuboidal epithelium, as the airways become narrower simultaneously. The number of mucus-producing goblet cells markedly decreases, and eventually, cilia are entirely lost in the smallest conducting airways. This comprehensive morphological shift indicates a functional transition from primarily conducting and rigorously protecting the air to preparing for the delicate process of gas exchange that occurs deeper within the lungs, beyond the segmental bronchi. The airways, now completely devoid of cartilage, are collectively referred to as These are defined as airways with a diameter of less than 1 millimeter. Their distinguishing characteristic is the complete absence of cartilage in their walls, which means their patency is maintained solely by the inherent elasticity of the surrounding lung tissue, elastic recoil, and a significant amount of smooth muscle within their own walls. The first generation of these smaller airways are the bronchioles proper, which undergo extensive further branching, giving rise to numerous, progressively smaller generations that culminate in the terminal bronchiole. The terminal bronchioles represent the final and smallest portion of the conducting zone. They typically measure less than 0.5 millimeters in diameter. Their walls are predominantly composed of smooth muscle, which plays a critical role in regulating airflow distribution, and they are lined with simple cuboidal epithelium, while these still serve primarily as conduits for air, and contain very few cilia and goblet cells, or, in some cases, none at all. They delineate the precise boundary where the respiratory system transitions from solely air conduction to the region where gas exchange can potentially begin. The extensive smooth muscle within the walls of the bronchioles is intricately innervated by the autonomic nervous system, primarily the parasympathetic and sympathetic divisions, allowing for involuntary and precise control over airway diameter. Contraction of this smooth muscle, a process termed bronchoconstriction, decreases the airway diameter, consequently increasing resistance to airflow. Conversely, relaxation of this smooth muscle, known as bronchodilation, increases the diameter, thereby decreasing resistance. This mechanism is critical for finely regulating the amount and distribution of air reaching the deeper, gas-exchanging parts of the lungs, and it is a major target for many respiratory medications, such as bronchodilators, for example, albuterol used to alleviate bronchoconstriction in conditions like asthma and chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, COPD. Local factors, such as carbon dioxide levels, also influence bronchiolar smooth muscle tone, contributing to ventilation perfusion matching. Beyond the terminal bronchioles, the airways enter the respiratory zone, which is the true and essential site of gas exchange. This critical zone begins with the branching of terminal bronchioles into respiratory bronchioles. These are unique among the bronchioles because their walls are punctuated by scattered alveoli, tiny, cup-shaped air sacs, which begin to bud off directly from their loop. The presence of these budding alveoli signifies that gas exchange can now occur directly across the walls of these airways, albeit to a limited extent compared to the vast exchange occurring in the alveolar sacs. The walls of respiratory bronchioles are remarkably thin, lined with simple cuboidal epithelium, and still possess some smooth muscle, allowing for a degree of airflow control into the subsequent structures. Respiratory bronchioles then branch into even narrower, duct-like passageways called alveolar ducts. These ducts are essentially linear conduits, whose walls are almost entirely composed of continuous rings of alveoli, closely packed together. They terminate in clusters of alveola, known as alveolar sacs or alveolar clusters. An alveolar sac is structurally analogous to a bunch of grapes, with each individual grape representing a single alveolus. This clustered arrangement dramatically maximizes the surface area available for gas exchange in a compact volume. The alveoli are the primary functional units of the respiratory system, serving as the sites where the vast majority of vital gas exchange between inhaled air and the bloodstream occurs. In a healthy adult lung, there are an estimated 300–500 million individual alveoli. This astonishing number collectively provides an immense total surface area for gas diffusion, approximately 7,100 square meters, which is roughly equivalent to the playing area of a tennis court. This vast surface area is absolutely critical for the efficient and rapid diffusion of oxygen into the blood and carbon dioxide out of the blood, supporting the metabolic demands of the entire organism. Each individual alveolus is a microscopic, thin-walled, spherical or polyhedral air sac, typically measuring only 0.2 to 0.5 millimeters in diameter. Their structure is exquisitely adapted for efficient gas exchange, characterized by extreme thinness and an incredibly rich vascular supply. The alveolar wall is primarily composed of two principal types of epithelial cells, each with specialized functions. Type 1 alveolar cells, type 1 pneumocytes. These are highly attenuated, extremely flattened squamous epithelial cells that constitute approximately 95% of the total alveolar surface area. Their primary role is to form the ultra-thin structural component of the alveolar wall. Their remarkable thinness, often less than 0.1 micrometers thick, minimizes the diffusion distance for gases, thereby allowing for the most rapid and efficient exchange of oxygen and carbon dioxide across their membranes. Their cytoplasm contains very few organelles, further reducing diffusion barriers. Type 2 alveolar cells, type 2 pneumocytes. These are less numerous but vitally important cuboidal cells, strategically interspersed among the type 1 cells, particularly at the corners of the alveoli. Their primary and indispensable function is the secretion of surfactant, a complex mixture of phospholipids, predominantly dipalmityl-felicity proteins, and carbohydrates. Surfactant's critical role is to reduce the surface tension, buildup of the thin fluid layer lining the inner surface of the alveoli. Without surfactant, the strong cohesive forces between water molecules' surface tension within this fluid layer would cause the tiny alveoli to collapse completely during expiration, making reinflation for the next breath incredibly difficult and energetically costly. Surfactant prevents this collapse, ensuring the alveoli remain open, stable, and ready for continuous gas exchange, even at low lung volumes. Furthermore, type 2 pneumocytes possess the remarkable capacity to divide and differentiate into type I cells, playing a crucial role in alveolar repair and regeneration following injury. Also present within the alveolar lumens, and roaming their surfaces are specialized immune cells, called alveolar macrophages, often referred to as dust cells due to their function. These are large, highly phagocytic cells derived from monocytes. Their essential role is to actively ingest and clear any inhaled dust particles. Microorganisms, bacteria, viruses, fungi, cellular debris, and other particulate matter that manage to bypass the extensive defenses of the conducting zone and reach the delicate respiratory zone. They represent a critical component of the lungs' innate immune defense system, constantly maintaining the sterility and cleanliness of the alveolar environment. After phagocytosing debris, they often migrate up the mucociliary escalator to be swallowed or coughed out, or they may accumulate in the lymphatic tissue of the lung. The crucial interface for gas exchange is the respiratory membrane, also known as the alveolo-capillary membrane. This membrane is an exceedingly thin barrier, typically only 0.2 to 0.6 micrometers thick, which is about 1/100th the thickness of a human hair, facilitating rapid and efficient diffusion of gases. It consists of 3 primary structural layers that gases must cross. The alveolar epithelium, primarily formed by the type 1 pneumocytes, and its underlying fused basement membrane, a very thin, often negligible, interstitial space located between the alveolar epithelium and the capillary endothelium. In many areas, the basement membranes of the alveolar epithelial cell and the capillary endothelial cell are fused, further minimizing this space. The capillary endothelium, the single layer of squamous cells lining the pulmonary capillaries, and its underlying fused basement membrane. This minimal thickness of the respiratory membrane, combined with the vast total surface area provided by hundreds of millions of alveoli and the dense, intricate network of pulmonary capillaries that tightly envelop each alveolus, creates the ideal biophysical conditions for the efficient diffusion of gases. According to Fick's law of diffusion, the rate of gas diffusion across a membrane is directly proportional to the surface area and the partial pressure gradient of the gas, and inversely proportional to the thickness of the membrane. Thus, the immense surface area and the extreme thinness of the respiratory membrane are perfectly optimized to maximize the rate at which oxygen diffuses from the alveolar air into the pulmonary capillary blood, and carbon dioxide diffuses from the capillary blood into the alveolar air for exhalation. Each alveolus is intricately woven with a dense, interconnected mesh of pulmonary capillaries, ensuring that virtually every bit of inhaled air is brought into immediate and intimate contact with circulating blood. The lungs themselves are paired. Large, cone-shaped organs located in the thoracic cavity, separated by the mediastinum, which houses the heart, great vessels, and esophagus. Each lung is enclosed within a double-layered serous membrane called the pleura. The visceral pleura is the inner layer, which directly and intimately adheres to the surface of the lung tissue, extending into its fissures. The parietal pleura is the outer layer, lining the internal surfaces of the thoracic wall, the superior surface of the diaphragm, and the lateral aspect of the mediastinum. Between these two serous layers is the pleural cavity, a potential space that, in a healthy state, contains only a thin film of pleural fluid, approximately 5-10 milliliters. This pleural fluid serves to critical and interdependent functions. Lubrication. The fluid acts as a lubricant, reducing frictional forces between the two pleural layers as the lungs rhythmically expand and recoil during the cycles of inspiration, pair, and expiration. This allows them to glide smoothly over each other without causing irritation or damage. Surface tension. More importantly, for the mechanics of breathing, the cohesive forces between the water molecules within the pleural fluid create a strong surface tension. This phenomenon causes the visceral and parietal pleura to cling tightly together, much like two wet glass slides are difficult to pull apart. This adherence is absolutely crucial for lung expansion, as the thoracic cavity expands during inspiration due to muscle contraction, as we will discuss in a later chapter. The parietal pleura is pulled outwards along with the chest wall due to the strong surface tension of the pleural fluid, the visceral pleura, and consequently the elastic lung tissue itself are pulled along with the expanding thoracic wall. This elegant mechanism ensures that the lungs expand in unison with the chest wall movements, allowing for efficient air intake. The slight negative pressure for mmHg maintained in the pleural cavity, intrapleural pressure, further facilitates this adherence and lung expansion. Each lung is further divided into distinct lobes by deep infoldings of the visceral pleura, known as fissures. The right lung, being larger, typically has 3 lobes: a superior, a middle, and an inferior lobe, which are separated by 2 fissures, the oblique fissure and the horizontal fissure. The left lung, which is slightly smaller to accommodate the cardiac notch, an indentation on its medial surface that cradles the heart, has 2 lobes, a superior and an inferior lobe, separated by a single oblique fissure, the medial surface. Of each lung also features a concave region called the hilum. This is the specific anatomical gateway where the main bronchus, pulmonary artery, pulmonary veins, nerves from the pulmonary plexus, and lymphatic vessels enter and exit the lung. Parenchyma, collectively forming the root of the lung. The arrangement of these structures within the hilum is remarkably consistent and vital for surgical approaches. The overall architecture of the respiratory system can be functionally divided into 2 main zones: the conducting zone and the respiratory zone. The conducting zone, which extends from the nasal cavity down to the terminal bronchioles, comprises all the airways that primarily transport, purify, humidify, and warm the incoming air. No significant gas exchange occurs in this zone. It primarily serves as a low-resistance conduit. The volume of air that remains in the conducting zone and does not participate in gas exchange is known as the anatomical dead space. Typically, about 150 milliliters in an adult. The subsequent branching into respiratory bronchioles, alveolar ducts, and alveolar sacs forms the respiratory zone, which is the true and extensive site where the crucial work of gas exchange takes place. Be remarkable structural adaptations throughout this deep architecture, from the diminishing cartilage and increasing smooth muscle in the bronchi and bronchioles, allowing for dynamic airflow regulation to the incredible surface area and extreme thinness of the alveoli, and the vital protective function of the pleural membranes, all contribute synergistically to the lungs' immense efficiency in sustaining life. This intricate and highly coordinated design allows for the precise delivery of optimally conditioned air to the vast exchange surfaces, setting the stage for the vital dance of gases that powers every cell in the body and underpins our very existence. Having meticulously explored the intricate architecture of the lungs, from the primary bronchi to the delicate alveoli, we arrive at the very core of respiratory function, the silent yet ceaseless dance of gases. This chapter will unravel the complex processes by which oxygen, the vital fuel for cellular respiration, moves from the inhaled air into the bloodstream, and how carbon dioxide, the primary metabolic waste product, is efficiently removed from the blood and expelled from the body. This exchange is not a mere transfer, but a precisely orchestrated phenomenon driven by fundamental physical principles, ensuring the continuous supply of energy to every cell and the maintenance of systemic acid-base balance. The primary mechanism governing the movement of oxygen and carbon dioxide across the respiratory membrane is diffusion. Gases, like all molecules, move passively from an area of higher partial pressure to an area of lower partial pressure. This fundamental principle is derived from Dalton's law of partial pressures, which states that the total pressure exerted by a mixture of gases is equal to the sum of the partial pressures of the individual gases in the mixture. In atmospheric air, for instance, which at sea level is approximately 760 mmHg, the major components are nitrogen 78.6%, oxygen 20.9%, argon 0.9%, bi, and carbon dioxide 0.04%, along with trace amounts of other gases. Each gas exerts its own partial pressure independently of the others. For efficient gas exchange to occur, a significant partial pressure gradient must exist for both oxygen and carbon dioxide across the respiratory membrane, driving these gases in their respective directions. Let's begin with oxygen uptake, a process formerly known as external respiration. When atmospheric air is inhaled, it travels through the conducting zone, where it is warmed to body temperature 37 C, humidified to 100% relative humidity, and filtered of particulates. These conditioning processes significantly alter the partial pressures of the gases within the air by the time it reaches the alveoli. Specifically, as water vapor is added, it dilutes the other gases, reducing their partial pressures. Furthermore, continuous oxygen uptake by blood and carbon dioxide release into the alveolar from the blood also modify alveolar gas composition. Consequently, the partial pressure of oxygen PO2 in the alveolar air is typically around 104 mmHg. In stark contrast, the deoxygenated blood arriving at the pulmonary capillaries, having just returned from the systemic circulation after delivering oxygen to the body's tissues, has a much lower partial pressure of oxygen, typically around 40 mmHg. This creates a steep and effective partial pressure gradient of approximately 64 mg for oxygen across the respiratory membrane. This substantial P2 gradient is the fundamental driving force for oxygen diffusion. Given the immense surface area, 7,100 square meters, roughly the size of a tennis court of the alveolar capillary membrane, and its extreme thinness, typically 0.2 to 0.6 micrometers, which is about 1/100th the thickness of a human hair. Oxygen molecules rapidly diffuse from the alveolar air across the flattened type 1 pneumocytes of the alveolar wall, through the fused basement membranes, which are often combined to reduce thickness, and finally across the capillary endothelium, entering the plasma of the pulmonary capillaries. This process is remarkably efficient. Under normal resting conditions, the blood becomes almost completely saturated with oxygen after traversing only about 1/3 to 1/2 of the length of the pulmonary capillary. This rapid equilibration means that even during strenuous exercise, when cardiac output increases significantly and blood flow through the lungs is considerably faster, there is still ample time for full oxygen loading to occur, highlighting a crucial physiological reserve inherent in the lungs' design. This ensures that the body's increased demand for oxygen during physical activity can be met effectively. As oxygen dissolves into the plasma, its partial pressure in the plasma rises. This increased partial pressure then drives oxygen to diffuse into the red blood cells. Within the red blood cells, oxygen binds reversibly to hemoglobin, a complex metallope protein specialized for oxygen transport. Hemoglobin is composed of 4 polypeptide chains, to alpha chains, and to beta chains, each associated with a non-protein component called a heme group. At the center of each heme group lies a single iron atom, which is the specific site that reversibly binds one molecule of oxygen. Therefore, a single hemoglobin molecule has 4 heme groups and can bind up to 4 molecules of oxygen. The binding of the first oxygen molecule to one heme group causes a conformational change in the hemoglobin molecule, which in turn increases its affinity for the second oxygen molecule, and so on. This phenomenon is known as cooperativity or allosteric regulation, making oxygen loading exceptionally efficient and rapid in the high PO2 environment of the lungs. When all 4 heme groups are bound to oxygen, the hemoglobin is said to be fully saturated and is referred to as oxyhemoglobin. When no oxygen is bound, it is called deoxyhemoglobin or reduced hemoglobin. The relationship between the partial pressure of oxygen PO2 and the percentage of hemoglobin saturation is graphically represented by the oxygen-hemoglobin dissociation curve, a characteristic sigmoidal S-shaped curve. This curve visually demonstrates that hemoglobin's affinity for oxygen is not constant, but changes with varying PO2 levels. The steep portion of the curve corresponds to the PO2 levels typically found in systemic capillaries, indicating that even small drops in tissue PO2 lead to significant oxygen unloading. Conversely, the plateau portion of the curve at higher PO2 levels, like those in the lungs, 90-100 mmHg means that hemoglobin remains highly saturated, even with moderate drops in alveolar PO2, providing a safety margin for oxygen loading. Beyond the partial pressure of oxygen, several other factors can shift this curve, altering hemoglobin's oxygen affinity, which is crucial for efficient oxygen delivery to various tissues. Now, let's consider carbon dioxide removal, also part of external respiration. Carbon dioxide is a fundamental metabolic waste product generated continuously by cellular respiration in the mitochondria of virtually all tissues throughout the body. Blood returning from the systemic circulation, now deoxygenated and rich in metabolic byproducts, arrives at the pulmonary capillaries with a higher partial pressure of carbon dioxide PO2, typically around 45 mmHg. In the alveoli, the PCO2 of the inhaled air is much lower, around 40 mmHg, due to continuous exhalation. This creates a partial pressure gradient of approximately 5 mmHg for carbon dioxide, driving its diffusion from the capillary blood into the alveolar air, while the partial pressure gradient for CO2 is significantly smaller than that for oxygen. Carbon dioxide diffuses across the respiratory membrane with remarkable rapidity. This is because CO2 is approximately 20 times more soluble in plasma and alveolar fluid than oxygen. This higher solubility governed by Henry's law, which states that the amount of gas dissolved in a liquid is proportional to its partial pressure and solubility coefficient, allows CO2 to diffuse across the respiratory membrane with exceptional efficiency, ensuring its swift removal from the blood despite a less steep driving gradient. Once in the alveolar air, carbon dioxide is then effectively expelled from the body during exhalation, preventing its accumulation, which would otherwise lead to a dangerous drop in blood pH acidosis. Transport of gases in the blood. The blood serves as the primary medium for transporting oxygen from the lungs to the systemic tissues and carbon dioxide from the systemic tissues back to the lungs for exhalation. However, these two vital gases are transported in distinct forms and via different mechanisms, optimized for their respective roles. Oxygen transport. The vast majority of oxygen, approximately 98.5% transported in the blood, is reversibly bound to hemoglobin within the red blood cells. Only a very small fraction, about 1.5%, is dissolved directly in the plasma. This dissolved oxygen, though quantitatively minor, is physiologically crucial because it is the only form of oxygen that contributes to the partial pressure of oxygen in the blood, and thus it is the only form that can freely diffuse into the tissues to meet metabolic demands. However, if oxygen relied solely on being dissolved in plasma, the blood would need to circulate at an astounding rate, approximately 15 times faster than normal, to deliver the same life-sustaining amount of oxygen to the tissues, profoundly highlighting the indispensable and efficient role of hemoglobin as an oxygen carrier. The oxygen-hemoglobin dissociation curve is not merely about oxygen loading in the lungs. It also elegantly dictates oxygen unloading in the systemic tissues, adapting to their metabolic needs. In metabolically active tissues, where oxygen consumption is high and metabolic byproducts accumulate, several physiological factors cause the oxygen-hemoglobin dissociation curve to shift to the right. A rightward shift signifies a decrease in hemoglobin's affinity for oxygen, meaning it releases oxygen more readily to the surrounding tissues where it is needed most. These critical factors include increased pico to bore effect. As tissues metabolize, they generate more carbon dioxide. When CO2 diffuses into the red blood cells, it is rapidly converted to carbonic acid, which then dissociates into hydrogen, pions, and bicarbonate. The accumulation of hydrogen ions lowers the local pH. This decrease in pH, coupled with increased pico, directly reduces hemoglobin's affinity for oxygen, promoting oxygen unloading. This is known as the Bohr effect. Decreased pH, increased acidity beyond carbon dioxide. Other metabolic processes can generate acidic byproducts, such as lactic acid during anaerobic metabolism. A lower pH directly alters the conformation of the hemoglobin molecule, reducing its ability to bind oxygen tightly. This ensures that in highly acidic, active environments, oxygen is readily released. Increased temperature. Active tissues generate heat as a byproduct of increased metabolism. Higher temperatures also reduce hemoglobin's affinity for oxygen, facilitating its release. This is a simple yet effective local mechanism for delivering more oxygen to warmer, more active areas. Increased 23-bisphosphoglycid (BPG) concentration. BPG, also known as 2,3-DPG, is a byproduct of anaerobic glycolysis in red blood cells. Its production increases in conditions of chronic hypoxia, prolonged low oxygen levels, such as residing at high altitudes for extended periods, or in physiological states like anemia and chronic lung disease. BPG binds to deoxyhemoglobin, further promoting oxygen unloading to tissues by stabilizing the deoxy form of hemoglobin. These intricate factors collectively ensure that oxygen is precisely and dynamically delivered where it is most needed, primarily in tissues undergoing active metabolism and thus exhibiting higher temperatures, increased carbon dioxide production, and lower pH. Carbon dioxide transport. Carbon dioxide is transported in the blood from the tissues back to the lungs in three principal forms, showcasing the body's remarkable biochemical adaptability for waste removal. Dissolved in plasma, 7 to 10%, a relatively small but functionally important portion of CO2 dissolves directly in the plasma. Due to carbon dioxide's significantly higher solubility in water compared to oxygen, approximately 20 times greater, this dissolved CO2 contributes disproportionately to the PCO2 gradient and influences blood pH bound to hemoglobin. 20–30% CO2 can bind reversibly to the amino groups on the globin protein chains of hemoglobin, not to the iron atom in the heme group. This forms a compound called carbaminohemoglobin. The binding of CO2 to hemoglobin is influenced by the degree of hemoglobin oxygenation. Notably, deoxygenated hemoglobin binds CO2 more readily than oxyhemoglobin. This phenomenon is an aspect of the Haldane effect, which we will discuss further, as bicarbonate ions in plasma center to 70%. This is by far the most significant and quantitatively dominant way. CO2 is transported in the blood. The process begins. When CO2 diffuses from tissue cells into the red blood cells, inside the red blood cells, an extraordinary and rapid biochemical reaction occurs, catalyzed by the enzyme carbonic anhydrase. Carbonic anhydrase is one of the fastest enzymes known in the human body, facilitating the swift conversion of carbon dioxide and water into carbonic acid, CO2, plus H2O, CaH to CO3. Carbonic acid is inherently unstable and rapidly dissociates into a hydrogen ion and a bicarbonate ion, H2CO3H++ HCO3. The hydrogen ions produced are then largely buffered by hemoglobin within the red blood cell itself. Hemoglobin acts as an excellent buffer, binding to the H+ ions and thus preventing a drastic drop in the intracellular pH of the red blood cell. Simultaneously, the bicarbonate ions, being negatively charged, rapidly diffuse out of the red blood cells and into the plasma to maintain the crucial electrical neutrality across the red blood cell membrane. Chloride ions from the plasma move into the red blood cells. This countertransport mechanism is known as the chloride shift. The bicarbonate ions are then transported in the plasma to the lungs. In the lungs, this entire process reverses direction as CO2 diffuses out of the blood into the alveoli due to the partial pressure gradient created by breathing. The PiCO2 in the plasma and red blood cells drops. This drop causes the bicarbonate ions to move back into the red blood cells from the plasma. Within the red blood cell, carbonic anhydrase then rapidly converts the newly arrived H+ released from buffered hemoglobin and HCO3 back into CO2 and H2O. The newly formed CO2 then readily diffuses out of the red blood cell, across the plasma, and into the alveolus to be exhaled. This cyclical process ensures highly efficient CO2 removal and plays a critical role in acid-base balance. The Haldane effect is a pivotal physiological principle that describes how the deoxygenation of hemoglobin significantly increases its capacity to carry carbon dioxide. When oxygen unloads from hemoglobin in the systemic capillaries, deoxy becomes a better buffer for the hydrogen ions produced from CO2 conversion and also forms carbaminohemoglobin more readily. This means that as oxygen is delivered to metabolically active tissues, the blood's capacity to simultaneously pick up and transport CO2 effectively increases. Conversely, in the lungs, as hemoglobin becomes highly oxygenated, forming oxyhemoglobin, its affinity for CO2 decreases, thereby facilitating the release of CO2 into the alveoli for exhalation. This elegant and reciprocal coupling between oxygen binding, unloading, and carbon dioxide transport ensures highly efficient gas exchange for both oxygen and carbon dioxide throughout the entire circulatory system. Factors affecting gas exchange efficiency. While the partial pressure gradients are the indisputable primary drivers of gas diffusion, several other critical factors can significantly influence the overall efficiency of gas exchange across the delicate respiratory membrane, impacting the body's ability to oxygenate its tissues and eliminate carbon dioxide. Partial pressure gradients, as meticulously discussed. Larger partial pressure gradients lead to faster rates of diffusion, in accordance with Fick's law. Any condition that alters these gradients, such as breathing air with low oxygen content, for example, at high altitude where atmospheric PO2 is lower, or impaired alveolar ventilation, reduced air movement into and out of alveoli, will directly and proportionally impact the rate and efficiency of gas exchange. Conversely, administering supplemental oxygen can increase the PO2 gradient, enhancing oxygen diffusion. Surface area of the respiratory membrane. The vast 7,100 square meters of alveolar surface area is an unparalleled design feature for gas exchange. However, diseases that drastically reduce this functional surface area, such as emphysema, a type of COPD, where the alveolar walls break down and coalesce, forming larger, fewer sacs with less total surface area, or conditions involving widespread lung tissue destruction, significantly impair gas exchange. This reduction in effective surface area means fewer sites are available for oxygen to enter the blood and CO2 to leave, leading to hypoxemia, low blood oxygen, and hypercapnia, high blood carbon dioxide. Thickness of the respiratory membrane. The membrane's extreme thinness, 0.2 to 0.6 micrometers, is critical for minimizing the diffusion distance. Conditions that increase the thickness of the respiratory membrane, even by microscopic amounts, can severely hinder gas exchange. Examples include pulmonary fibrosis, scarring, and thickening of the interstitial tissue between alveoli and capillaries. Pulmonary edema, fluid accumulation in the interstitial space or inside the alveoli, increasing the diffusion barrier for gases and various forms of inflammation. Even a slight increase in diffusion distance can have profound negative effects on the rate of gas transfer, particularly for oxygen, which is less soluble than CO2. This impact is quantifiable through measurements of diffusion capacity, solubility of the gas, as previously highlighted. The inherent solubility of a gas in the fluid lining the alveoli and plasma directly affects its diffusion rate. Carbon dioxide's approximately 20-fold higher solubility in water compared to oxygen is a remarkable physiological advantage, allowing it to diffuse across the respiratory membrane with efficiency, despite a much smaller partial pressure gradient. This explains why patients with impaired gas exchange often experience hypoxemia, low oxygen, long before developing significant hypercapnia, high carbon dioxide, as CO2 can still diffuse more easily through thickened or compromised membranes. Vent-Volt Q matching. This is perhaps one of the most crucial and sophisticated concepts in respiratory physiology, referring to the delicate balance between ventilation V, the amount of air reaching the alveoli, and perfusion Q, the amount of blood flowing through the pulmonary capillaries that surround those alveoli. For optimal gas exchange efficiency, ventilation and perfusion ideally need to be perfectly matched, meaning that areas of the lung that are well ventilated with fresh air should also be well perfused with deoxygenated blood, and vice versa. VQ mismatch occurs in various pathological states. High VQ ratio or wasted ventilation. This scenario arises when ventilation is adequate or even excessive in certain alveolar units, but perfusion to those units is low or absent. A classic example is a pulmonary embolism, where a blood clot obstructs blood flow to a segment of the lung. Air still reaches the alveoli, but there's insufficient blood flow to pick up oxygen, leading to physiological dead space. Ventilated alveoli that do not participate in gas exchange. Low VQ ratio or physiological shunt. This occurs when perfusion is adequate or even high in certain alveolar units, but ventilation to those units is low or absent. Examples include conditions like asthma, bronchoconstriction, reducing airflow, pneumonia, alveoli filled with inflammatory exudate, or atelectasis, collapsed alveoli. Blood flows through the capillaries adjacent to these poorly ventilated alveoli, but there's insufficient fresh air for adequate gas exchange. This results in a physiological shunt, meaning blood passes through the lungs without being adequately oxygenated, leading to systemic hypoxemia. The body possesses intricate, local regulatory mechanisms to minimize VQ mismatch and optimize gas exchange. For instance, if alveolar PO2 is detected to be low, indicating poor ventilation, the adjacent pulmonary arterioles constrict. This localized hypoxic pulmonary vasoconstriction diverts blood flow away from poorly ventilated areas and towards better ventilated lung regions, thereby optimizing perfusion. Conversely, if alveolar PCO2 is high, indicating poor ventilation, the local bronchioles dilate, allowing more air to enter, further aiding in correcting the mismatch. These are vital local feedback loops that continuously work to maintain an optimal VQ ratio, even in the face of minor physiological challenges. Hemoglobin concentration and affinity. The overall quantity of functional hemoglobin available in the blood is a direct and critical determinant of the blood's total oxygen carrying capacity. In conditions like anemia, where hemoglobin levels are significantly low due to various factors, for example, iron deficiency, even if gas exchange in the lungs is anatomically normal, the blood may not be able to deliver enough oxygen to meet the metabolic demands of the tissues, leading to symptoms of tissue hypoxia. Furthermore, alterations in hemoglobin's affinity for oxygen, beyond the physiological shifts discussed for Haldane, BPG temperature, can severely impair oxygen delivery. A notable example is carbon monoxide poisoning, where carbon monoxide, an odorless and colorless gas, binds to the same iron atoms on hemoglobin as oxygen. However, CO binds with an affinity approximately 200 to 250 times greater than oxygen. This effectively blocks oxygen from binding and dramatically reduces the blood's oxygen carrying capacity, leading to severe cellular hypoxia even if PO2 levels in the plasma are normal. The continuous journey of oxygen from the atmosphere through the intricate pulmonary architecture and into the very cells of our body, alongside the equally vital concurrent removal of carbon dioxide, is a profound testament to the elegant efficiency and adaptability of the respiratory and circulatory systems working in perfect concert. From the fundamental physical laws of partial pressure governing passive diffusion across an incredibly thin, vast membrane, to the complex biochemical interactions of hemoglobin, the precise enzymatic reactions within red blood cells, and the sophisticated regulatory mechanisms that optimize VQ matching. Every single step is meticulously optimized for the sustenance of life. This intricate and unceasing dance of gases ensures that the cellular machinery, particularly the mitochondria within each and every cell, receives the oxygen it requires to generate adenosine triphosphate ATP, the universal energy currency of life, while simultaneously disposing of metabolic waste products, thereby maintaining the delicate internal balance essential for calm physiological function and overall organismal well-being. The continuous rhythmic nature of this gas exchange is a foundational physiological rhythm underpinning all life processes. Having journeyed through the air's elaborate entrance, explored the intricate deep architecture of the lungs, and witnessed the vital dance of gases that sustains every cell, we now turn our attention to the remarkable orchestrator of this entire respiratory symphony, the brain. Our breathing, a seemingly simple and automatic act, is, in fact, under incredibly precise and sophisticated control, primarily orchestrated by the autonomic nervous system. This chapter will uncover the neural pathways, chemical sensors, and feedback loops that ensure a continuous, appropriate rhythm of ventilation, and how this involuntary regulation profoundly influences and can even be influenced by our states of calm and overall well-being. At its core, breathing is a rhythmic, involuntary process. While we can consciously hold our breath, sigh, or hyperventilate, the fundamental drive to breathe persists and rapidly reasserts itself. This automaticity originates in specialized collections of neurons located within the brainstem, specifically the medulla oblongata and the pons. These regions form the respiratory control centers, acting as the command core for ventilation. The medulla oblongata houses the most fundamental respiratory rhythm generators. Within the medulla, two key groups of neurons are distinguished. Dorsal respiratory group DRG, primarily responsible for initiating inspiration. These neurons fire rhythmically, sending impulses via the phrenic nerve to the diaphragm and via intercostal nerves to the external intercostal muscles. When DRG neurons fire, these inspiratory muscles contract, causing inhalation. When DRG neurons become quiescent, the inspiratory muscles relax, leading to passive expiration at rest. The DRG receives input from various peripheral receptors, integrating this information to modify the basic respiratory rhythm, ventral respiratory group VRG. While the DRG sets the basic rhythm, the VRG contains neurons that are involved in both inspiration and forced expiration. These neurons are largely inactive during quiet breathing. However, during periods of increased demand for ventilation, for example, exercise, stress, the VRG becomes active, recruiting additional muscles and activating expiratory muscles, internal intercostals, and abdominal muscles to force air out more rapidly. The VRG also contains rhythm-generating neurons, though the DRG is considered the primary pacemaker. The pons contains 2 additional respiratory centers that fine-tune the breathing rhythm, generated by the medulla-pontine respiratory group, formerly the pneumotaxic center. This center primarily influences the duration of inspiration. It sends inhibitory impulses to the inspiratory neurons of the DRG, effectively switching off inspiration. By doing so, it limits the depth of inspiration and allows for a smoother transition to expiration. A more active PRG leads to shorter, more rapid breaths. Apnostic center, while its exact role is less understood in humans. The apnostic center, when active, promotes prolonged inspiration by sending excitatory signals to the DRG. It can, in process experimental conditions, lead to prolonged inspiratory gasps, apnesis, if not inhibited by the pneumotaxic center or vagal nerve input. Under normal physiological conditions, its influence is typically overridden or modulated by the PRG together. These medullary and pontine centers establish and modify the fundamental respiratory rhythms, ensuring that we breathe continuously and adaptively without conscious effort. This involuntary control is a hallmark of the autonomic nervous system, specifically involving both sympathetic and parasympathetic influences on bronchial smooth muscle and blood vessels. Though the primary rhythmic control is distinct, beyond the intrinsic rhythm generation, the respiratory centers are highly responsive to various sensory inputs, allowing for precise adjustments to breathing rate and depth. These inputs come from chemoreceptors, mechanoreceptors, and higher brain centers. Chemical control of respiration. The role of chemoreceptors, most potent and crucial regulators of breathing, are chemical factors in the blood and fluid CSF. Chemoreceptors, specialized sensory neurons, monitor these chemical levels. Central chemoreceptors, located in the ventral surface of the medulla oblongata itself. These are the most sensitive and primary detectors of changes in the chemical environment. They are exquisitely sensitive to changes in the pico to partial pressure of carbon dioxide and the pH hydrogen ion concentration of the cerebrospinal fluid CSF mechanism, while they directly respond to H+ concentrations. H+ ions do not easily cross the blood-brain barrier, However, CO2 readily diffuses across the blood-brain barrier from the blood into the CSF. Once in the CSF, CO2 reacts with water, catalyzed by carbonic anhydrase, present in glial cells in the brain, to form carbonic acid H2CO3, which then dissociates into H+ and bicarbonate HCO3, carbon dioxide plus H2O, H2CO3, H++ HCO3 response. An increase in blood PCO2 hypercapnia leads to a rapid increase in CSF PCO2, which in turn increases CSFH plus concentration, lowering pH. This increased acidity directly stimulates the central chemoreceptor. In response, these receptors send strong excitatory signals to the medullary respiratory centers, causing a rapid and profound increase in both the rate and depth of breathing hyperventilation. This increased ventilation efficiently expels more CO2 from the body, thereby reducing blood and CSF PeCO2 and restoring pH to normal. Conversely, a decrease in PCO2 leads to hypoventilation. This negative feedback loop is incredibly powerful, making PeCO to the most important chemical stimulus for regulating breathing under normal conditions. It is so effective that even a 1-2 mmHg increase in PCO2 can double ventilation. Peripheral chemoreceptors, located in the aortic bodies, in the aortic arch, and the carotid bodies at the bifurcation of the common carotid arteries. These chemoreceptors are strategically positioned to monitor the chemical composition of arterial blood as it leaves the heart primary stimulus, PO2, partial pressure of oxygen. Unlike central chemoreceptors, peripheral chemoreceptors are primarily stimulated by a significant decrease in arterial PO2 hypoxemia. They become strongly activated when arterial PO2 drops below approximately 60 mmHg. While they do respond to high PeCO2 and low pH, their sensitivity to PO2 is their distinguishing feature. Secondary stimulus, PeCO2 and pH. Peripheral chemoreceptors are also sensitive to increases in arterial PeCO2 and decreases in arterial pH acidity. This response complements the central chemoreceptor response, acting faster, especially for rapid changes. Response when stimulated by low PO2, high PeCO2, or low pH. These receptors send afferent signals via the glossopharyngeal nerve from carotid bodies and vagus nerve from aortic bodies to the medullary respiratory centers, triggering an increase in ventilation, while PCO2 is the dominant regulator under normal circumstances. When PO2 drops dangerously low, for example, at high altitudes or in severe lung disease, the peripheral chemoreceptors become the primary drivers of ventilation, acting as a crucial emergency backup system. For instance, in individuals with chronic obstructive pulmonary disease (COPD) who retain CO2, their central chemoreceptors become desensitized to high PeCO2, making low PO2 the main stimulus for their breathing. Administering too much oxygen to such patients can dangerously suppress their respiratory drive. control of respiration. The role of mechanoreceptors B, chemical regulation. The respiratory system is also influenced by mechanical stimuli and reflexes that provide feedback about lung stretch and airway irritation. Pulmonary stretch receptors, Herring-Breuer reflex, located in the smooth muscle of the bronchi and bronchioles. These receptors are activated when the lungs are excessively stretched during deep inspiration. They send inhibitory signals via the vagus nerves to the inspiratory neurons in the DRG, effectively preventing overinflation of the lungs. This reflex, known as the Herring-Breuer reflex, becomes significant when tidal volume, the amount of air inhaled in one breath, exceeds approximately 1 liter commandeering exercise. But it is less important in regulating normal, quiet breathing in adults. In infants, it is more active and helps prevent lung damage from overextension. Irritant receptors found in the epithelial lining of the trachea and large airways. These receptors respond to noxious stimuli such as dust, smoke, pollen, or chemical fumes. When activated, they trigger protective reflexes like coughing, sneezing, and bronchoconstriction to expel irritants or prevent their entry into the deeper airways. The cough reflex, characterized by a deep inspiration followed by forceful expiration against a closed glottis, is a powerful protective mechanism. Joint and muscle receptors, proprioceptors in muscles and joints, particularly those in the limbs, send excitatory signals to the respiratory centers during physical activity. This is one of the initial stimuli for the increased ventilation observed at the onset of exercise, even before significant changes in blood gases occur. This anticipatory response helps prepare the body for increased metabolic demand. 3. Higher brain centers and voluntary control. While the brainstem's respiratory centers operate autonomously, breathing is unique among vital signs in that it also possesses a degree of voluntary control. The cerebral cortex can temporarily override the automatic rhythm, allowing us to hold our breath, speak, sing, voluntarily hyperventilate, or consciously take deep, slow breaths. This cortical influence is mediated by pathways that bypass the medullary rhythmicity centers. However, this voluntary control has limits. Eventually, rising PCO2 and falling PO2 levels will overwhelm conscious efforts, forcing an involuntary breath. This limit on breath holding is primarily due to the accumulation of CO2 rather than the lack of oxygen, as the CO2 stimulus is much stronger. Furthermore, emotional states and stress significantly influence breathing patterns. The hypothalamus and the limbic system, involved in emotions and memory, can send signals to the respiratory centers, altering breathing rate and depth. Fear, anxiety, or excitement can lead to rapid, shallow breathing, while states of relaxation or deep concentration are often associated with slow, deep, and rhythmic breathing. This connection is fundamental to the concept of rhythmic calm. 4. Rhythmic calm and the breath-body connection. The inherent rhythmicity of breathing is not merely a biological necessity. It is deeply intertwined with our physiological and psychological state, offering a profound pathway to rhythmic calm. The autonomic nervous system, comprising the sympathetic fight or flight and parasympathetic rest and digest divisions, exerts a direct influence on the respiratory rate and depth. Sympathetic stimulation during stress, fear, or physical exertion. The sympathetic nervous system is activated. This typically leads to an increase in breathing rate and depth, tachypnea and hypopnea, preparing the body for action. It also causes bronchodilation, widening the airways to allow more airflow. Though this effect is often overshadowed by the direct respiratory drive, parasympathetic stimulation. Conversely, during states of relaxation, digestion, and rest, the parasympathetic nervous system dominates. This promotes slower, deeper, and more rhythmic breathing patterns. It generally causes bronchoconstriction, which is less significant during quiet breathing, but contributes to airway tone. The fascinating aspect of the breath-body connection lies in our ability to consciously leverage this involuntary rhythm. While the autonomic nervous system typically dictates breathing, conscious control of breath can, in turn, influence the autonomic nervous system. Taking slow, deep, and deliberate breaths stimulates the vagus nerve, a major component of the parasympathetic nervous system. This activation of the vagal nerve leads to a cascade of physiological responses associated with relaxation, reduced heart rate, bradycardia. Vagal stimulation slows the sinoatrial node, reducing heart rate, decreased blood pressure. Relaxation by blood vessels can lead to a modest drop in blood pressure. Enhanced parasympathetic tone promotes digestion, lowers muscle tension, and shifts the body towards a state of rest and recovery. Increased heart rate variability, HRV. HRV is a measure of the beat-to-beat variation in heart rate, reflecting the healthy adaptability of the autonomic nervous system. Higher HRV is generally associated with better health, stress resilience, and parasympathetic activity. Slow, deep, rhythmic breathing patterns, particularly those with longer exhalations, are known to significantly increase HRV. Practices such as meditation, yoga, mindfulness, and specific breathing exercises, for example, diaphragmatic breathing, box breathing, intentionally manipulate the breath rhythm by consciously slowing the breathing rate, extending exhalations, and engaging the diaphragm, the primary muscle of quiet inspiration. Individuals can activate their parasympathetic nervous system. This deliberate modulation of breath sends signals to the brainstem respiratory centers and, more broadly, to the autonomic nervous system, signaling safety and promoting a profound sense of calm. This conscious override, though temporary, creates a powerful feedback loop. A calm mind facilitates calm breathing, and calm breathing fosters a calm mind. In essence, the brain's meticulous control over the respiratory system is a masterpiece of physiological regulation. From the medulla's rhythmic pacemaker to the sensitive chemoreceptors, constantly sampling blood gases, and the intricate interplay of mechanoreceptors and higher cortical influences. Every breath is a testament to the body's unwavering commitment to homeostasis. This complex system ensures that the vital exchange of gases occurs flawlessly, providing the oxygen necessary for every cellular function and removing metabolic waste. Furthermore, the inherent rhythmicity of breathing, though primarily involuntary, serves as a powerful, accessible conduit to influence our deepest physiological states, offering a profound pathway to cultivating an internal environment of balance and rhythmic calm. Understanding this intricate control mechanism not only illuminates the wonders of human biology, but also empowers us to consciously engage with one of our most fundamental life processes for improved well-being. Still awake? I can't blame you. This was incredibly interesting. But now it's time to let your mind relax with some calming music. Let me know in the comments your favorite yoga pose, breathing technique, or anything that helps you unwind. That's how I'll know you made it all the way to the end.